Wait. Oh, you guys are right. There actually is something. Wait, there's like a knife. How did I not? Oh. Damn. Alright, my bad. Name Z. Oh, there's an item box. Nice. I can probably put the bracelet away. Wow, we have a lot of knives right now. I'm gonna store one of them in the coin. Looks good.
Please, just let it be in here.
They got cigars. What? The presentation was quite impressive. While we are pleased to hear that the experiment has progressed to phase 4, it is far from the results we expect. It has been more than 20 years since the establishment of this care center. We require clear results. As an added precaution, we have requested the blockade be extended to 2040. It is imperative we obtain Elpis before that deadline. Publications about medicine. Is there like a hidden button on this or something? It's like Resident Evil 7. Gotta be something I can... I don't have anything to... A hand? Oh, fuck. You might be right. I guess that's why they give you an item box here. No. I mean, I don't know. It sounded like it could work, maybe. I don't know what this thing even does, but... Oh, it's gotta be the hourglass, probably. Ah. I see. Wonder what the hand's for. Oh. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I guess I gotta unscrew the tops. Do I need this? Wait, do I still have the screwdriver? I don't think I have the screwdriver anymore. I can't even combine it with any. Man, what am I missing? Take out the globe? I can't. Can't, like, interact with anything. I mean, I guess I shouldn't assume anything necessary. Oh. Oh, we got frickin' debated. It's actually the wrong one. Oh, I see.
What?
Oh, shit. You want that in your room? Hey, are we going down to Nest? Memory transfer. Humanity suffers when the drive and experience of our most exceptional leaders is lost. The ultimate way to preserve such greatness is to transfer those memories to a new vessel. Just as fruit flies have the potential to pass on certain memories to their offspring through their genes, so too can the memories of a human donor be passed on to a recipient. This question we now face is how to harness this incredible potential. The answer lies in the medium of memory, blood. Cells within the blood contain multitudes of information, including factors tied to memory. Thus, since the T-virus grants us control over factors within the blood, it can be hypothesized that harnessing those same elements will allow us to transfer memories from superior individuals. However, for such a procedure to succeed, the host must be able to withstand the toxicity of the mutated T-virus strain while preserving their own intelligence. Sourcing viable subjects will be the key to future research and testing. Okay, yeah, you don't need the hourglass for anything, it seems. Let's store that. Yeah, I guess we'll make another save. There's another. Oh, wait, that's the door I came from. This does kind of remind me of Nest a little bit.
What the hell?
Something is being extracted. I don't think the helicopter keys are here. No, they're here. Just gotta look harder. I feel like I'm gonna have to use these disposal tanks for something. How much do the med injectors? Oh, they're stacked 3. It's like first aid sprays. Extracted a 2.3 milliliter sample from the 524 liters of blood collected from 115 infected. Administered to Marie, henceforth registered as subject 170. Exhibited increased physical resilience but failed to fulfill the goal of the experiment. The subject showed signs of mental instability before escaping. Confirmed for immediate disposal. Marie was like the... Too heavy to open. The girl chasing me? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Marie was like Emily's... I don't know about sister, but they were like together in the cells. Another ink ribbon. Here are the results of the comprehensive blood analysis you requested. The genetic information matches the specified data perfectly. Okay. God, I want a pizza so badly right now, chat. I haven't had pizza in a while. I know before somebody says, I know I was talking about having pizza like 2 days ago, but I didn't end up getting it. Sounds good. Oh, the helicopter key.
Found you.
Why is my max streaming res 720p?
That's correct.
Is it?
All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed
I don't know.
the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Helpless will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
This guy is so weird.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff has been initiated. All staff The self-destruct protocol has been initiated.
Is there any loot in here though?
All staff please evacuate. The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. Unlocking disposal tanks.
Wait. Oh, thought I saw some loot.
Disposal specimens and evacuate immediately.
Where's the room? What the hell?
What the fuck? What? Oh, good God. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm getting fucking gangbanged. Oh, good God. can crouch? Wait, no. I don't know. What the fuck? Where do I go?
Please work.
You guys got any blood? That was a pretty good Molotov, if I do say so myself. Maybe I actually need to... Oh wait, can I use these tanks now? Oh. I see. -1 Molly? That's okay. I think the Molly was well used.
Shit. Okay. Please work.
Boom.
Oh, shit.
Hold on. Let's go third person. How bloody am I? Pretty bloody. Blood shower. Jesus Christ. We are so red.
Why does this
Looking like a
keep
Dark Souls
happening?
character. What does she look like now? All right. Time to crash the helicopter.
Okay.
Oh.
You get it?
Yeah. Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Reese? Reese, what's happening? It's okay, Emily. I'm here. Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
Surely we'll be fine.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Oh, come on!
What's it look like I'm doing?
Hurry! Hurry!
Shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off!
I feel like he's gonna die.
Get off me!
He's probably dead. Or he's gonna be a zombie in the passenger seat. Oh. Well. Yeah, he's dead.
Emily, are you okay?
Oh no.
Oh, Emily.
What happened to her? I mean, we did just crash, but like, she was strapped in at least.
Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
Oh.
Gorgeous.
Come on, Emily. Shit.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble. Next.
Check loot?
Sherry, Grace is still here.
The FBI agent.
She'll be fine,
Yeah.
Chad.
Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to this somehow.
Is she okay?
No, but I've got it covered.
Seems like it doesn't matter if you headshot or not. This is like the friggin' RE4 section where you're shooting the zombies going after Ashley.
Okay.
Damn, that's a lot of rifle ammo. What if I shoot the... Do it. Probably should have saved that. I'm actually surprised it doesn't hurt them at all. Oh, fuck.
Must be time for you to service.
It's okay. The game gave us like a million rifle ammo anyways. I don't know how I feel about this section, chat. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be horrible. This is gonna be ass in the speedrun. Speedrun brain. I mean, it's just... I don't know.
Hang in there, Grace.
Wait, did I not kill him? Oh no. Oh fuck! So now we got to see the death animation. Oops.
Next.
Come on.
It must be time for the evening service.
Big aim. Alright, we need to be ready for this big guy.
Hang in there, Grace.
That was a miss. That was another miss. Or, oh.
All right. Excuse me.
Oh.
Hit.
Is there any ammo around here? I mean, I don't know if I'm on a timer right now or anything. Doesn't seem like it. Already checked here. All right, I think we got it. We have freaking 70 slime.
Stay with me.
Grace.
Leon!
Where's she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. We're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go.
Whoa. Whoa.
Hey, just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go! Now!
Oh shit. What the fuck is that?
I'll keep our friends busy.
Oh my god, that hurt. Oh my. Dude, I'm getting shit on. Oh my god. Oh my god, fucking get knocked over, dude. No, it's fine. Honestly, this was so bad. I want to try again. This part's a bit insane. I'm sure on keyboard mouse it's a lot easier. I'll also go upstairs. I hate that you can't, like, it's just like so scripted using this. That's I figured the sniper would be good to like. Oh, nice. Yeah, hitting them against the walls helps a lot. Yeah, the shotgun doesn't stagger like nearly as much in this game compared to RE4. Well, we're also on normal difficulty. I'm sure that... I don't know. I'm curious what like the hardest difficulty for this game is going to be like. But you can't do the hardest difficulty. You have to unlock it.
I'll get you out, Emily. There's got to be a way to get to the surface.
How do I feel so far? For the speed run, I actually don't know how I feel about this game. I'm enjoying it a lot casually. I mean, it'll still be a fun speedrun, I'm sure, regardless, but... Speedrun pilled. Yeah, it's just there hasn't really been any, like, boss fights so far. I mean, that was a boss fight right there that we just did. Kind of, I guess. And then, you know, there was the big fat guy. Liana's all the boss fights? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, spicy. Yeah, sounds good.
I'm sorry, I know it hurts. I'm so sorry.
Did I see finish it already? I don't know, maybe.
Dead end. Can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay, Emily. Here, rest here. There you go. I need to keep you safe. Okay.
Oh, wow. 5 mag ammo. Damn. The roof hatch is operated by the panel outside the storage bay. Power supply errors persist. You must restart the 3 power distribution units in the lower area. This should reactivate the control panel and allow you to operate the hatch. Restart the 3 distribution units. I don't think you can shoot the girl. Why would I try? Well, I don't know, somebody mentioned it. I guess this is going to be like a boss fight, I think.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
Damn, they're giving me a lot of this mag ammo. What the?
Why is it so stiff?
That's what she said.
Stay back.
Oh, that stunned her for a while.
Two to go.
Okay, there's one over here.
Why won't it stop?
This one was easy. Wasn't stuck. Wasn't stiff.
Only one more.
Oh shit. That's okay. Just a little bite. Just a little taste.
Just die already. No,
Oh
Lever.
fuck. Well, that's not good.
there has to be one somewhere.
See what she does. Maybe we can just wait. Top 10 easiest lever finds. Yeah. No kidding.
Power has been successfully restored.
Give me a break. This should open the hatch. I need to hurry.
Oh, there was ammo there. Wait, where was it? Oh, there's a med injector over there too. Did you say I need to open the hatch? Best part was the chaotic chainsaw fight. Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun section. F YouTube? Oh. Weird. Hopefully it's okay now.
We're getting out of here. Get out of here.
Hey, you interrupted my fucking voice line. Fuck you.
Come on. Open.
Stop flailing. I like how it tells you to shoot and you don't even have to. Saved ammo.
Finally.
That was kind of a lame boss fight, not gonna lie. I mean, I don't know. The problem is, like, Grace, like, Grace just doesn't have the same, like, moveset as Leon, so. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really a boss fight.
Emily, please be okay.
I don't know. Call it what you will. Yeah, I don't know. I like Grace's gameplay. I like the blood collecting and the
Emily?
like. I think Grace is still fun. I think I prefer Leon though.
Oh no. Wake up.
She's fine.
Oh no. Oh, Emily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, come on, Emily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wake up, Emily! Come on!
She'll come back. Like, there's no way they, like, kill off this girl right now. Well, maybe they do.
Come on! Emily! I failed you. Emily. Hi. It's me. I'm right here. You okay? You okay?
Oh god. That's kind of fucked
Emily! Emily! Emily? No! No, that's Emily!
I don't think you can save her.
Are you That's Emily!
Alright, I'll stop. I'm listening.
No, please stop, please! Please stop, please!
I didn't even do anything.
Emily! I wanted to save her!
You don't understand.
No, I never would have escaped without her. This is all my fault. Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we're still alive. We have to keep going.
No.
Grace.
No, it automatically shot. There wasn't even a death animation for that, which I'm honestly surprised about. This section of the game has not been my favorite so far. I really liked the... Also, when are we gonna go to the RPD? But I really enjoyed the first section, like the
Elpis is within reach,
mansion
Grace.
or whatever.
I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
I've been waiting for you, Grace.
Oh god.
Who are you?
Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
Harsh reality. Escape the care center. Okay, so that's what it's called, the care center. Yeah, the care center section of the game was good. But then after you put in the 3 courts, that whole section, like, was kind of not my favorite. There was a few good parts. I liked the part with Leon where you're like killing all the zombies in that tiny room.
Hey, checking in.
Good timing.
Did you find anything on Elpis?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers of the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher clearance.
I requested one.
And I was told to shut down the investigation.
What? Why?
They didn't say.
Orders from on high.
Look, we don't need you taking a hit for this. I'll just go it alone.
We're in this together.
Till the end. I've always been good at working in the shadows.
Just don't do anything too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
Time to crash.
I'm gonna find Grace. She definitely has something to do with Elpis.
Oh shit.
road's gone. Gonna have to find another way around.
Alright. I'll leave that to you. I think I found a clue as to where they might be. Some coordinates on Victor's computer.
Got it, thanks.
Right in the center of Raccoon City.
What the? Okay.
No, not this way.
Okay, Leon. Bro, you can't shoot the car. Ah. What the fuck? Why? Don't touch the Porsche. Evacuate immediately. If you're in Raccoon City, I urge you to evacuate now. Leave if you can. Cannot evacuate, go to the police station, the nearest public facility, wherever you can. Take any weapon you have and hide in the nearest sturdy building. This will probably be the last paper we will publish, and I am the last Raccoon Times reporter. Thank you, dear readers, for all your support over the years. I urge you once more, run. Find somewhere safe. Survive. That's so funny, though. They made it so you couldn't shoot the car. Can't destroy... Yeah, I wonder if Porsche was actually like, yeah, you can't, like, destroy the car. Frame drops are noticeable. I'm not really having any frame drops. I mean, at least it doesn't feels fine to me.
Yeah. Now it's nothing but ash and memories.
Need a key to unlock it. Alright, let's go. Oh, I don't know. I don't know which way is like the way I'm supposed to go. Maybe this is just a loot room. The subway is probably where I'm supposed to go. First aid box. Oh, no. I feel like I'm not getting back through this thing. Of course not, for fuck's sakes. I need the loot! What was that? Thought I saw like a prompt pop up there for a sec.
It's like time stopped here.
If not for Umbrella, it could have just been a normal
Was that where was the I picked up some shotgun shells. Was that?
Now it's nothing but ash and memories.
Where the hell was that? Was that inside the building? I wasn't really paying attention. I got the med injector. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Mommy, good morning, sleepyhead. Don't get mad, but I decided I'll go get Daddy myself. I'm bored of staying inside. Those people won't let us out even when we say pretty please. But it's okay. I'm small and can sneak through the fence. I'll look at the gas station first. Daddy really likes the candy there. Maybe stop to buy some. I love you, Mommy. See you soon, Meryl. Oh, there's the shotgun. All right. Just a waste of time to save Emily? I guess so. Holy spoder. Jesus.
Oh, shit.
What's the spider in RE1 called? It has a name. Can't remember. At least I thought I had a name. Maybe not. Can I even kill this thing? Or is this just like scripted?
All right. Now what?
Death animation. Oh yeah, true. Can we go higher up? Oh no, it's blocked. Open the drawer. Fuck you. Oh jeez. You guys want to go?
You're real fast, you know that.
Oh, it's got something on its butt. No.
You're real fast, you know that. Guess I got
It doesn't seem like you can dodge that at all.
Hasn't
I
anyone
want to
taught
try
you
to
how
like
play
get
nice?
behind him, but
Where are you?
I use the magnum on his ass. No, what? Oh, Leon!
Haven't you had enough? I don't have time for pest control.
Nice.
Oh, I miss our Raccoon City hospitality.
Always gotta have a quip. True. It's the Leon classic.
Okay, Sherry. I've hit the barricade. Looks like someone else was here first. And they were planning on busting their way in. No way around?
The Army Corps of Engineers erected it to seal the city. It goes on for miles.
Guess the only way in is through then.
Detonator. Let me in. It's open world? No. It's most definitely not open world.
Sure, there's an old BSAA camp here. Place is trashed. Looks like they left in a hurry.
What were the BSAA doing in Raccoon City?
Is Chris here? I don't know. Maybe.
Interesting.
What is it?
The computer's not locked. And they were also headed to the center of Raccoon City.
Interesting, too. That reminds me. I dug a little deeper in the Pentagon's database, and I noticed something's missing.
What's that?
There's no record of anyone ordering the missile strike on Raccoon City.
Well, if not them, then who?
Leon triggered the alarm. It looks like your campaign to make the DSO stand down really didn't work, Zeno.
I'll leave this matter to you, then.
Zeno. Device that records combat data. Credits earned from kills can be used at a supply box. Credits can be used to purchase items, weapons, or upgrades. Oh. Hey, look, there's a merchant chat. Oh, shit. And sell the hatchet. What? God, why would you ever want to do that? The detonator requires 3 parts: signal receiver east point, distributor midpoint, relay west point. Treat them immediately. We don't have much time. Avoid contact with the infected at all costs. If combat is unavoidable, deal with it quickly. Provide situational updates every 30 minutes. We go in here? Oh, what the hell is this? Ammo crate. Need a key. Wait, the container... Oh, the locked one, right. Thought it was something I missed. Thought there would be an art. Yeah, I was expecting a new weapon in there with how big the crate was. Finally getting some gunpowder. It's the first one I've picked up on Leon.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
Take a grenade. Seems like you get a lot of money. Already got 5,000. Holy aim, yep. What can I say? There's something I'm missing in here, or is this just for loot and enemies?
Busted. I'll have to shoot it down.
Yellow. The rescue. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be playing Leon more now that we have, like, the upgrade system and everything. Yo, also I'm just realizing now that, like, the fact that you get money only from, like, killing enemies means that in the speedrun, like, in the speedrun, you're not gonna have, like, any upgrades, probably. Come on. No one's gonna find an infinite money glitch. True. Never know. Oh, I see. Is there a difference on PS5 Pro? I have no idea. Apartment key.
Bad news, Sherry. This place is overrun with zombies.
What? That's impossible. They should have all been wiped out by the missile.
Yeah, they
How
should.
far into the game is this? Like 8 hours. Might work with some fuel. I don't think we're that close to the end, considering we just got upgrades unlocked for Leon.
There should be a part for the detonator somewhere around here.
Those are for NG+. I don't think so.
Sherry, found the distributor. 2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
Another BSAA camp. That should have the signal receiver. Relays over there, huh? That should be a fun trip.
Yeah, I think we still have a fair bit of the game left. Am I blind? I don't see the third one. A bit lower? Shows you? Oh. Oh my god. You're right.
Got the location for those parts. Going to collect them now.
Okay. I'll look into the BSAA in the meantime.
Oh, it's this. We're here now. Let's see. Can do an upgrade or something if we want. 18 kills. I guess it doesn't matter what type of enemy you kill, it's just the kills in general. What does this do? Power. It's also power. Shots to scatter horizontally. I don't know if I want that. No automatic weapons? Not yet. Look at the other items. I mean, I guess we could have bought a body armor. Or a case. Well, I don't think we need a case upgrade. Also, there are guns here that we can buy. Oh, yeah. Oops. Oh, it's okay. Should probably buy the new guns when we get enough money. So where am I? So I need 3 detonator parts for this. We got the apartment key. Let's make a stacked hand grenade. I don't... Oh. Can I get to this crane? The sniper? No, I don't think so. Oh, I think this is the apartment. I see. Aha! I go down. Is this also locked? Cold drinks. Wait, are we? Hold on, I want to go back. I want to go back up that ladder. Oh yeah, it's literally just a loot box. I should have just went up the first time. Shooting range minigame? Oh god, I hope not. I don't think so though. There's no treasure? No, not as far as I'm aware. Did I finish DS1 permadeath? No. Oh. There is treasure. Literally just picked one up. God, this place just goes. Okay, hold on. I want to look the other. I'm gonna look over here. Oh, what the hell, man? I think he heard my sprinting before. All staff, when a battery dies, will need to get a new one from either the sewage facility or the underground parking garage. So you can do either, I guess? It's like choose your own adventure. Oh, there was 2 battery slots. Oh, okay. Will Ada be in the garage? Maybe. This guy's blind as hell. Oh, what? That was pretty sick. Being able to just infinite backstab everything is kind of strong.
This.
Gal. Weapons that don't fit into your attach case can be sold at the supply box. They can be bought back for the same amount, so just consider them on hold for safekeeping. Oh. Clear up the inventory a little bit. All right. Nice. Can go up, but is there anything else over here? Did I check all this? Not bad, actually. I think I'm just going in circles at this point. Not sure if there's any other loot, though. Oh. Nice. Oh, there was a crate here I missed, too. Sweet. Seems like there's an enemy in here. Thing. Oh, jeez. Hope that wasn't important. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, nice. We got the battery. I'm not sure if you can blow up loot. I don't think so. Maybe, though. Alright. Time to go the other way. Strap on the rifle's glitching out? Oh, is it? Frank. I didn't notice. Oh. No, I see now. He's got a long gun. Oh. I don't know if that's the crank. Maybe that's something else. Just goes right here. Try the double stack grenade. I'm dead? Wow, okay. I like how it actually just goes on its own. Doesn't seem like the grenades are that good against this guy. nice. We have a... Guy doesn't know I'm here. Somehow. Oh wow, that's interesting. That just like instantly connected. A lot of rifle ammo at least. Guy drop anything good? Ooh, he did. Jump it, Leon.
Some kind of bridge to get over there.
Oh, I see. Can I jump down? Yeah, we gotta crank it all the way. Alright, got our batteries. Still need to find 2 more detonator parts, though. Yeah, you can parry with the axe. Feel like it's a little bit weirder than, like, RE4, though. But, yeah, you can. Should have removed auto sword. Honestly, I like auto sword. Personally. Especially playing on controller right now. I guess this crank is like a backtrack or something. Or maybe I missed it. Some rifle ammo. I'm not going back for it, though. I don't think it's that important. We have so much ammo on Leon right now. Think I'm nearing the end of the game? I think we still have a few hours left at least. Because we just unlocked like an upgrade system for Leon. So, kind of feeling like there's still a lot of Leon left.
Encountered 3 infected and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up. Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for Ark. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out!
Man down, man down! Jesus, fuck!
Oh my god.
Oh, my fucking leg! Get covered! Get covered! Please help me!
My god.
Holy shit!
A strong gun.
I thought I had a short fuse.
What are we doing here?
All in good time. You'll see.
Yeah, I mean, his name is Zeno. I wonder... I mean, he reminds me of Wesker. I don't know if it is Wesker. It kind of sounds like him, too. I don't know. I'm sure we'll learn how... Oh, we can unlock the containers now.
Send some footage your way, Sherry. The guy at the end. White suit. Can you find anything on him?
Yeah, hold on. The database is coming up empty.
So there we go.
Oh, now we can go back. Ah, I see. There was a container somewhere around here. I think there was one next to the BSAA camp. Yeah, one's right here. I think there was 2 containers we found so far. Can't remember where the other one was though. What the fuck? Are we siphoning the fuel from this?
Beautiful. Just need to get through that gate.
Damn, we're gonna go biking? Hell yeah. Alright, we can sell our tracking modules. Oh, it automatically sells it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get the case upgrade because we're actually kind of running low on space. I'm gonna sell the pistol and buy the silencer 9. Sell the shotgun. Almost just rebought it. It's cost the same amount as you sell it, so whatever. I think the SMG we have is probably fine. Get the body armor as well. Ooh, a red dot sight for this. That's nice. Dot sight for this as well. Where was the other container? Wait, it should be marked on the map, right? Oh yeah, good idea. Let me make a save. Well, yeah, I saw it. I'm just not sure exactly how to get there. Yeah, ink ribbons are just for the grace sections. Wait, was this the right... Am I going the right way, guys? I don't... How did I get up there before? I don't think I'm going the right way. Did I go back for the second container? Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I just don't know. I don't remember how to get there. Oh, was it from the elevator? I don't think... Is it the elevator, though? I don't think that's correct. I don't think that goes back to where you guys... Unless... Oh, because I mean, this is... This is not where I need to be. I don't know. Maybe I can't get back. I might not be able to get back there yet. I'm just gonna keep progressing, I think. You can't keep playing? What do you mean? Can't go back yet? Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I just need to go across the bridge that we dropped. I don't know why I'm going over this way again. We don't have fuel for that. Oops. Oh, that was my body armor, I see. there. Cedar Brook Apartments. What is this? Oh, sniper rifles in Container 3, sniper rifle attachments in Container 4, Container 1 medical supplies. That's nice. That's pretty nice. I want to go in there, but I'm going to look down the street first. Oh, the fuel is there. Yeah, I don't know if I like the dot sights. And so many locked doors. Backstab with the axe. Well, yeah. Oh, there's a container here. How hard will the game be for routing? I mean, I don't know what the hardest difficulty is like. I'm pretty sure there's... Oh. There's like a harder difficulty you unlock after you beat the game, so... Routing-wise, the game doesn't seem too bad so far. Ooh. Sucks against these guys. Anything else all the way down here? One box. Yeah, Leon does kind of gunch in this game. It's true. Connect my keyboard and mouse to the console. I don't know if that works for this game. And anyways... Dude, what the fuck? These guys are so tanky. Imagine the rando for this. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's that many enemy types in this game so far. I don't... Okay. We need to go to the apartments. Oh, that's where I... Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'll try out the new sniper.
Damn, they brought in the big guns.
Shoot the legs. Yeah, I guess if you shoot the legs, that might make them trip. So you can hit them, because I mean, yeah, once they get knocked down to the ground, they're basically just dead. So. Oh. Oh, is this what the apartment key was for? Oh, wait, we're back here. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, the scope for this is nice. This guy's a fucking gun. What the? Yeah, I don't know. SMG doesn't seem super great, but might just need upgrades. Yeah, I mean they're very tanky, and that's just on normal. There was another SMG, but I looked at the stats, it didn't seem much better. Where was it that I needed to crank? Is it marked on the map anywhere? Oh, it's upstairs. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired, so... Oh, shit. It's good. In the tunnel I could use the crank? Like where I put in the batteries? Do I want to finish it this stream? Kind of. But I also don't want to be like so tired that I'm not like enjoying the game anymore because I'm like forcing myself to finish it, you know what I mean?
One light should be just up here.
So we'll see. I still feel okay right now, but yeah, I'm feeling slightly tired. I didn't sleep that well last night. I only slept for like 5 or 6 hours. I don't know if I should have used that already. Probably should have waited. There wasn't anything else up there, I don't think. Some extra loot, I guess. There was? Oh my god. I guess there probably has to be, yeah. Because, I mean, they said what the detonator was in the apartments, I think. I might try to finish the game today. I literally just answered that question like 30 seconds ago, but see how I feel. What? I'm already at the end? No, I don't think so. Okay, we just gotta keep moving, dude. What if I don't finish it today? Then I'll finish it tomorrow. Okay. Where's the box? Oh, shit. Right. There's a ladder? Yeah, I want to go get the box, man. Am I gonna restart on PC tomorrow if I don't finish? No. I think no, I'm not gonna fucking restart. I love looting? Yeah, I mean, dude, that was $5,000. Gotten on the way back down after finishing the top. I mean, you don't know that this section leads back to the beginning. I don't know, man. It doesn't matter. Oh, that's not good. ladder outside. Dude, I didn't... I thought I had the fucking shotgun out. I'm so dumb. I'm alive? Bro, what the fuck is this? This is so bullshit. What? Oh, I can snipe this guy. There goes all my heals, dude. Okay, we probably need to kill this guy before we can loot this ladder. If I had to guess. Where was the other? Alright. We got everything. How do I... Yeah, I guess we need to blow it up. I'm gonna go back and go on top of that building. Oh, it's just another pathway. Oops. Missed an item 3 blocks ago. Damn. Oh, I probably have to use this one. Aha. Go grab a repair kit from container 2 in the central camp. The signal receiver got all beat up during transport and we need to fix it. I just got reassigned and can't get it myself. This one's up to you, Graves. Yo, we already got the repair kit. Hell yeah. All right. One more part. More shots for the Magnum. That's good. Do we just have to run back, or is there a way? No elevator this time. Okay. Frick. Go back to the mortar. Can you aim the mortar over here? Let's see. Good idea. Good thinking, chatter. That killer? What is going on? We are going through Raccoon City, looking for Grace. This part is boring. I don't know. I'm enjoying this section. I like playing as Leon.
Sherry, got the signal receiver.
Okay, one component left. By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance.
Go back to the central camp.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
No, I don't think you can climb it. There's the lever here, which lowered it. The map paused the game. It always has. Alright, we got a lot of credits. 28K. I mean, fuck it. Let's sell the gal, I guess. And buy the other one. Quicker aiming and more precise shooting. It's only 1,000. Yeah, I don't know if some of the dot sights are kind of weird though. Ammo cap. Let's see, what about the rifle? Reinforced bolt. Sure. I feel like the ammo isn't that important. I wonder if upgrading the ammo capacity like reloads the gun in this game. Because it doesn't in Resident Evil 4 Remake, but it does in Resident Evil Village. Get some more power on the shotgun. Stability, sure. Faster rate of fire. Honestly, you get all the upgrades for the guns pretty fast in this, though, for sure. Oh, wait, you can also enhance, though. I see. Okay, so 2 levels is the max, it seems. All right. So where is it that I'm supposed to go now? Oh. Can I make med injectors? No, you just get the herbs and you find the injectors. The parking garage crank. Yeah, we could go do that. That was... God, I feel like this map is not my favorite. Get lost a lot, yeah. It's because I get like you get like reliant on the map. Can I put this here? No. Where the fuck even was the parking garage? Is it? God. Underground? Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. Didn't take the bike. Can't use the bike yet. Behind the central camp. No, it's over here. Hopefully we get some good loot here. For the bridge, I have the statue. I mean, I don't really care about achievements that much. Tell you the truth. Where are the enemies? Dead. Oh, that's a lot of loot. This thing fires so much faster than the other one. Okay. Got a little shortcut. Alright. That was nice. Okay, dude, this... Is it, like, getting worse? Oh my god. What the fuck? That's so stupid. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, we can go get the fuel now, I think. Whoa! Hey. Mommy, if you're reading this, please go back to the hotel. There are a lot of creepy people around. They make strange noises. There are fires. It's really scary. I'm okay. I met Daddy's friend, Mr. George. Remember him? He's going to evacuate me to the police station in his police car. I'm sure Daddy will be there. Love you, Mommy. From Meryl.
Gotta fill this up.
Won't run without fuel. Okay. Oh, the gas can needs to be filled up. I see. We need to go to the gas station. Is there anything else in here? Oh, shit.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Hello, Leon. How many enemies are there here? Holy crap. Oh my god, Leon. Is this place gonna fucking blow up? Should probably reload to fix this fucking strap. Keep this. See how long it can get.
All right.
How do I get back out of here? Go out the gas station. Oh yeah. Thing is the fuel empty now? Oh no. Okay. Wasn't sure if I would need to like refuel or something, because there's 2 generators. There's one in the warehouse, which we can get back to the warehouse if we go up the elevator, I think, right? Oh, I could have snuck up on this person. Nice. It's a lot of money. Alright, let's tune up. Get more power. I kind of like the pistol, actually. Only gives 1 ammo capacity with this upgrade, like. Kind of want the extended mag on this thing. Oh, you only get 5 for the second upgrade. It's not great. reload. Alright, I'll reload. I'll fix it. It's for the immersion, chat. It's for the immersion. Never know how big it gets. Probably very big, because it is growing. Zipline. Sure.
Right, I can use that.
Later, or like right now, or what do you mean? Is this back where I fought the spider? No, I haven't been here. Spider was in a different section. Delicious ice drinks. I kind of want to go get a drink. A delicious ice drink. What's the red meter bar next to health? It's armor. Which, speaking of, I think I forgot to repair the armor. Jump it, Leon.
Damn it.
How convenient. Is there anything down this way? Nope. Resident Evil or Tomb Raider. Holy, that's a long jump. And where are we going? I guess this is the... Oh, this is the right way. Okay, nice.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God. Can I go down? Is there anything in those containers, maybe? Maybe they, like, open up? Doesn't seem like it. Would have been a fun death scene. Yeah, I don't know how long that, I don't know how far back that was gonna send me. Glass surfaces are incredibly fragile and require extra caution. However, shooting the glass out from under an enemy cause them to fall through. So many zombies here!
Shit, my hatchet.
That's crazy. Are these guys dropping any ammo? So can you just, what happens if you like destroy the, is there like a guaranteed path? Oh. Oh, I didn't fucking miss 2 shots. Be best to use the SMG for this.
Time to find a way up.
Could you soft lock yourself with enough glass breaks? Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh my god. Please stop. Bro, what the f- This guy is trolling, dude. Where was the other guy? What the hell is that? God, man, it's so hard to aim. Whatever, we have so much ammo. It's okay.
Okay.
Oh
Let's find
shit!
those detonator parts.
The detonator part. I gotta say, I don't mind this section of the game, but like aesthetically, it's not that appealing. It's just like cityscape. But I mean, we are in Raccoon City, so you know, makes sense.
Picked up the relay.
Great job. Now to get through that gate.
Yeah. Just gotta figure out how to get down from here first.
Oh yeah, let me repair the armor. It's a cool location to come back to lore-wise. Yeah, for sure. I agree.
That'll get me down.
Yeah. Oh, can I break these? I hear a bunch of people, I just don't know where they are. Oh, never mind, I see them. Nice throw. Come here, dude. Oh, shit. Is there a way to turn off first person when aiming with your weapon? I think it's just because of the red dot sight that it does that. Ugh. It is a struggle. What? Did I die? Oh my god. Jesus. I thought I was fucking dead there for sure. Dude, I can't. This fucking red dot sucks ass. Not gonna lie. Like I feel like it's like in Resident Evil 4 Remake, the red dot is so good, and then in this, it just makes it even harder to see. Yeah, you can remove it. Oh, this guy's gonna fuck me up. Miss everything, dude. It's... I would take more time with my shots, but I have so much ammo at this point, I'm not that worried about it. I'm not parrying that much. That's true. To be honest, I feel like enemies don't really... Enemies are like so slow. Parrying is probably more relevant when you're on PC, when you're on like the hardest difficulty. I imagine the enemies are going to be a lot faster on the harder difficulty. Missed interaction. Yeah, did I? Oh, we're back here. Nice. Honestly, durability for the hatchet is like completely pointless. I feel like that's okay though. I mean, there is actually a merchant in this game. It's just not. It's not a person. It's a box. I mean, I'm not surprised Marathon has like a ton of viewers. Arc Raiders is like so popular. A lot of people. And the stress test for Marathon is free right now. So. Oh my god. I'm so bad. That was the worst grenade I've ever thrown. And I'm missing my shots. I'm dead. Bro, what the? Oh, Jesus. Man, I feel so fucking handicapped playing on controller. It's insane. It's like, sure I could, like, on keyboard mouse, like, all those guys would be absolutely fucked. It's like, barely do anything. Not excuses, it's a fucking fact. Jesus. I can't. What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm just stunned for 10 seconds straight. Like. I wanted to shoot that fucking fire barrel, but the zombies did not let me. Normal, by the way. Controller, by the way. I don't think you can auto parry now. Am I drunk? Nope, I'm just aiming on a controller. That guy. Oh wait, no, he's not throwing. Alright, we got him. The chainsaw fall off? I think so, yeah. This is the first time I've played a Resident Evil game on controller in, like, ever, I think. Well, apart from the OG ones. But the OG ones, you don't even have to aim. It just automatically aims for you. No, controller's fine. It's just a matter of practice more than anything. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to play a bunch of FPS games on controller, but I don't play. The only games I play with controller are Souls games. basically. Or like platformers, sometimes. Save. Yeah.
Now what? We'll have to take the next one.
It's like the clock tower chat. Is there a reason I'm not on PC? Because you're not allowed to play the PC version right now. Did I die? Or... Oh, I guess I'm okay.
This is my lucky day.
That grenade might have been overkill. God, dude. I have 7 fucking grenades on hand? I need controller aim training, bro. I'm not playing on controller ever again after today, so... So no, I don't need fucking aim training. Use aim assist? That's fucking cheating, man. Nice thing is, Chad, if we were playing on keyboard mouse, we probably would, like, not even die the entire playthrough. I mean, we probably still would have died a few times, but... Am I taking crazy pills? Why are some of you acting like keyboard mouse is so much fucking, it's so much better than controller. It's not even like, it's not even fucking close. I mean, unless you control, like controller with aim assist is might be, you know, better, but. Just better with mouse and keyboard, bro. Mouse and keyboard is better than controller. It's not like, it just is. You don't see people playing fucking CS:GO on controller in the fucking pro tournaments, bro. Just play the game? Bro, every time I look over at chat, people are like, what do you mean just play the game? I am playing the game. I've been playing the game for 10 hours straight. What a stupid ass comment is that, man?
Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the...
Alright, I'm gonna go back to the camp first. Oh man, I need that fucking pizza. That sounds so good. I'm gonna get the body armor level 2. Up the sensitivity a bit. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, I probably should up the sensitivity, but if I do that, I'm just gonna over aim. Wow, we have so much gunpowder. Alright, time to detonate. Yeah, I'm excited to play this game on PC tomorrow. See how it feels. Because at the moment, the game feels really clunky to me, to be honest, but I think it's just because of controller more than anything. I'm gonna have to do normal mode on PC again. I'm gonna see if my friend can send me his save data. What the fuck? Hopefully I can just use somebody's save data to get the hardest difficulty unlocked, but yeah, we'll see.
How are the roads?
This is... That's interesting.
Just a few potholes.
You ain't stopping me, bitch!
This stage just keeps getting better and better.
He said the thing! Oh shit. Infinite ammo, too.
Pups could use more training.
Okay, Leon. This is so silly.
Seriously. I don't give up that easy.
Get him, Leon. This is so stupid. Wow. Impressive.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling! Come on.
He'll be back.
Should have worn a helmet.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
That was so silly. That part's also going to be complete ass during the speedrun.
Can't believe it's still standing.
Oh my god! We're here, chat! RPD.
It's on you now.
Music. Need a tool to get this open. I don't think the levers work anymore. Aw.
Sherry, I'm in RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah.
Same with you, Sherry.
Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure. That fucking guy. And Grace. Shit, she's in danger. Sherry found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us. Got a lock on her location. Headed there now.
Copy that.
Camera 3. Buy the ammo. Only 5 ammo cap, but I'll take it. Alright, what else do we got here? From our survey of the grounds, we've pinpointed some locations that still have viable resources. The armory has leftover supplies, gun shop out back, working shotgun and ammo. Oh, a shotgun. Parking garage, advanced team supplies, weapon upgrade parts. Get rid of the red dot? No. No. Champions of Justice, are you ready? Duty calls. Provision Specialist Neil, do you have the pizza and beer at the ready? Make sure you've got some soda on hand too in case the rookie has liver conscience. Decoration Manager Elliot, think you're an artist? Then show us what you've got. Make sure you use the banner with the stars on it. Gift Coordinator Scott, don't forget to pick up the goods from Robert's shop on the day. Get what Barry suggested. That man knows his stuff. One last thing, make sure the chief doesn't catch wind of the welcome party for the new recruit. We wouldn't want to put young Kennedy in his bad books right away. Marvin. Marvin. Need a key to open it. September 25th, we're turning the station into a temporary shelter due to the sudden massive outbreak. All police personnel have been instructed to make the safety of the citizens their top priority as we try to accommodate as many of them as possible. One of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in the death of one officer and injuring 3 others. The person in question was quickly restrained. We believe this was simply a case of someone snapping under intense stress. A mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. Few survivors were able to make it safely behind the emergency shutters, but surrounded as we are, it'll be hard for any of us to escape this place. We're not sure we can fix any of our comm equipment, so we remain cut off from the outside world. There was another clash on the west side of the station around 1 p.m. 12 people died, and there's only a handful of survivors left. Everything is falling into disarray in here. David Ford. Climb up. Is there anything else around here? Oh. It's blocked off.
Jesus. Rest easy, officer.
I'm playing on PlayStation. Playing on my PS5 Pro. Oh. Crates open? The library. I'm gonna look this way first. Because they said there's stuff in the armory, which... The armory should be, like, in the STARS office. What did they say? There was, like, a shotgun in here or something? Here? What the hell is that? There's an American flag. You kids have fun solving this one. Barry. Barry? Oh. It's next to the... I think I know where that is. Oh, the hat. Bill's hat. RPD. Is there a P? My god, it goes so slow. Why did they make it so slow?
Good lives needlessly lost.
I assume the puzzle is probably how you get the code for this. Maybe it's on this note. Turn in training plan for the new recruit, join Jill at the shooting range, pick up the girls from soccer, find that missing library book. Top priority. Librarian is about to blow a gasket, looks like the captain checked it out last. jack. Oh, I guess I can use that to lift the shutters. Okay, we could drop back down. Let's go upstairs first, though. Can I move this bookshelf? Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. What the? Oh, we're back down here. I'm curious about the code, because I think that board is in... Oh, it's in this room. We didn't go this way. Or no, we did go this way. But, wait, this is not the right board, though. This is a different one. How would I rank this? Well, I haven't finished it yet, and I also haven't played the hardest difficulty, so I don't really know. It's hard to say. I'm not sure how much I'm feeling this game is like a speedrun, but that's just like my initial impressions. I'm sure time will like tell more. I mean, you could speedrun any game. Alright, let's open this up. Yeah, I'll be playing again tomorrow. There's just like a lot of sections that kind of... I don't know. It's hard to say. Until I actually start like routing and trying to like do runs. I'm just saying it's like my first impressions. There's like a lot of like scripted...
Explain everything. You don't have to be afraid. You need to understand.
Understand what? Oh, I wanted to listen to that.
Covert military units.
Oh, he's saying
every
it.
country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen. So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus? Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures. Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped. They each have their own sad story.
Hair gave it away. Yeah, kinda. True. Now we're going back in time.
Oh my god, we need to do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now! Are you kidding me? Get out of my way!
Hey, are you awake? What? Where did everybody go?
Orphanage.
Weren't they just here?
Stay away.
Fuck.
Stay away! Get back! Don't come any closer! No, get back! Get back!
What are they gonna do? Touch him? Oh.
Hey! What are you doing?
Hide from the children.
What was that?
They will never expect me here. I wanted to run, but I can't. I can't leave.
He's not moving.
True. True. Oh, we're here. Right, the RPD, It's this orphanage. I didn't even realize at first until I went out that door.
fuck?
I don't think you can go third person in this. It's probably forced. Oh, wait, no. Chloe's camera. Well, I guess it's not. Let's see. What the? What was I supposed to do there? Just wait for them to come back out? Go the other way, I guess? Well, we're gonna have to wait for these guys to fall down again. I mean, what do I... They're just gonna be here. Like, do I just hide for, like... I don't think this is the way. Window? What window? Oh, this one? I really... You think I can... What, I'm gonna jump through the fucking glass? Like, what do you mean? Oh, I'm dead again. That's great. Bro, what? Like, what? Girl's vanished? Oh, that... Yeah, maybe you're right. Actually, okay, hold on. I want to see if I can go through this door. Anyways. And so you just have to... I guess that's weird. Do they just leave eventually, or... Man, this part is fucking ass. Like, I mean, I don't mind playing it casually. This is gonna be so bad for the speedrun. Oh my god.
What do I do? What do I do?
Well. Oh, it was because the lamp. I guess you're probably right.
What do I do? What do I do?
Maybe not.
What do I do? What do I do?
I guess maybe I was just too slow the first time. Because I don't know what else to do other than hide here. I feel like I have to hide here. Her eyes aren't red, so yeah, I think I just... Oh. I was supposed to run past, I guess. Or, wait, maybe not. Yeah, we could go back to first-person view. You see them through the cracks. Oh. I didn't see it. I didn't see it!
Please just be a bad dream. Why did they? Where am I?
Hey, thanks for lighting up the path. Jump for it. Elapov. Classic. Scarlet, 7 years, 2 months, female, January 14th. Discarded due to volatile symptoms. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, this game is like... I'm not sure if the speedrun for this game is gonna be good. It pains me to say it, but... It's only this section? No. There's definitely been... I mean, there's like been quite a few sections that are just... I don't know. At least like... As somebody who's speedrun all the other RE games, I don't know. But again, I'm still gonna try, and maybe, you know, maybe with like, maybe this is just my first impression. I don't know. It's just a lot of the sections in this game don't seem like they're gonna be that good, like for speedrunning. RE7 is bad for speedrun? I disagree. I mean, the intro is bad for RE7, but... Said the same thing about Village. I did not say that Village... I don't think I ever said that about Village. I mean, I said that routing it might be really difficult because Village of Shadows is brutally hard. But I didn't say anything about there being too much scripted sections in RE Village.
What's wrong with them?
I don't know. Anyways, I'm still really enjoying the game casually. I mean, this section is gonna take like 10 or 15 minutes in the speedrun.
What is this place?
And it's gonna be like there's no... I feel like there's almost no interactivity, but maybe there will be like skips. Maybe you can somehow... I don't know.
It won't open.
Who cares? I mean, I do. Talking about it because I like speedrunning the games. Though the Series 60 possesses recombinant DNA, increasing the volume of Spencer's injected plasma did not result in successful memory transfer. Mental abnormalities were developed. We will perform the next medical procedure and progress to the final phase. However, after adjusting the viral load in the blood of Series 70 subject Chloe, improved signs of stability were observed. Continue to monitor her progress. I mean, the worst part about Village of Shadows, in my opinion, was Beneviento House. Which Beneviento House was great casually, but it was such a bore, you know, and repeat playthroughs. And this basically feels like Beneviento House, but honestly worse. Today was unbelievable. I somehow got invited to the renowned Oswald E. Spencer's lab. I heard rumors about the place, but to think Ark has been underneath me this entire time. I was given a quick tour of the attached orphanage, too. The children there really creep me out. They all have nasty surgical scars across their heads, and if you meet their gaze, they'll greet you with this unsettling giggle. Apparently, they used They are used for human experiments. The whole thing gives me goosebumps. To have built a place like this, Spencer must have been more unhinged than any of us imagined. Sensational. The prospect of being able to freely experiment on those kids sends shivers of anticipation throughout my entire body. It's also exciting. For now, I'll start by making the rounds at the orphanage tonight. It seems like the newbie always gets stuck with the boring jobs. Hopefully I can wrap up the tedious bits quickly so I can prepare for the real fun tomorrow. Yikes. Aww. Poor rat. Mouse.
Are those
Oh, this...
babies?
That's you! Conference room next to the jar babies.
Is that how I...
Aww.
I've got her! Get over here, now! She's showing symptoms, too. We need to get rid of her.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we'll go.
So... what, I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That mom was murdered, and oh God, when she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny.
Chris!
What the?
Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
What the? Mr. X?
Have fun.
I remember.
Oh, God. I remember that, too.
That was easy. Surely he's dead.
Sorry. Wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
I'm gonna do some digging.
I just sent you the coordinates.
I don't have time to deal with this.
I don't got time for your shit, buddy.
I just sent you the coordinates.
I don't have time to deal with this.
Ow. He didn't break through that door, the wall the last time. Is it a final boss? No, I don't think this is a boss. I think it's more just like a scripted combat section. Oh my god, okay. I should have just kept running, I guess.
I just sent you the coordinates.
I don't have time to deal with this. Give me a goddamn break.
Holy fucking reach, dude. It's gonna come through the ceiling or something.
Everything all right, Leon?
Yeah. I'm good.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Greystark. The orphanage is the entrance.
What is Ark?
I'm not sure. But apparently it's someplace important.
All right. Oh yeah, gun shop.
It hasn't changed.
Yeah, I guess the star, we didn't get the safe in the stars room. I wonder what that is. Well, we could always do it on the next playthrough. It's all right. Feels bad, man.
Terminate. That's my fucking daughter. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Those fucking things outside. What they did to us.
I'm so sorry.
again.
Shotgun. W870. Classic. How much money do I got? Nothing. Fucking poor as hell. Bobby behind me. What? Code in the RPD. I don't know, man. I didn't find the note, and I don't really feel like... we're gonna do multiple playthroughs of the game anyways. We'll just do it on the next one. I don't really want to go back and try to look for it right now. I have no idea if the rest is Leon or not. Oh, we're here. Oh, it's locked. Is he gonna throw a fucking helicopter at me? Oh no.
Fuck me. I couldn't save them.
Are we actually gonna kill Mr. X?
Die already, you son of a bitch. I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
Good thing they gave Mr. X a weak point in his chest. How convenient. That was easy. I mean, yeah, we're just on standard difficulty. We have so much ammo. Oh, yeah, we have a new shotgun as well. Although I think our current shotgun is better. Probably because of the upgrades.
Made it. I'm at the orphanage, Sherry. There's not much left of it. Heading underground to look for Grace.
Understood.
Going down. Oh, another green herb. I think the herbs get like way stronger when you combine them in this. Like just using a green herb on its own is like does almost nothing. Kind of crazy.
Seriously.
Am I dead? Nah, this is how we go underground. All according to Leon's plan.
I guess this is my stop.
Oh, Leon.
BSAA left something behind.
Going to the Mega My Seat.
It just keeps going.
No more mold men.
Finally reached the bottom. This is one very deep hole.
The perfect place to hide something.
Oh shit. Makes more shotgun. Oh, what the? Another heal. Not an RPG. Yeah, the crates are so big, but there's not really that. What the? Oh my gosh. Come on, open up. Oh. I'm enjoying the game, Zeke. I'm not sure how I feel about this game as a speedrun, though, to tell you the truth. But I'll have to see. I don't know. I'll have to play the game more to really get a feel for it.
Just so you know, I've killed every planet on the planet.
Attack me? Can I strafe? Dude, like, I don't... oh, wait, I guess I need to parry. I keep forgetting that I can parry, to be honest. I cannot parry that, though. That was this. Oh, man. It's just, dude, it feels like so... Like, the movement feels so...
Stubborn meat, aren't you?
I don't think you can parry. I don't think you can actually parry the plant, but the movement feels so weird there. I don't know if it's just a controller thing.
This must be it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll definitely enjoy the game more on keyboard mouse, but that has nothing to do with the speedrun. Like, I feel like there's so many, like, scripted sections in this game where there's not really, like, much going on. Only time will tell, though. It was made by the 7-8 team. Yeah. I don't know. Again, that... I don't want to be too hasty in saying anything, because my opinion might definitely change.
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Well, whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Did I say... Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm tired. I don't know what I said. My opinion might change. I mean, it's hard to say, like, what a speedrun will be like until you actually start routing and testing and seeing what it's like. And I'm sure playing this on keyboard mouse probably feels a lot better too, so. We're gonna be playing on PC tomorrow. Hopefully I can get somebody's save data so we can just play on hardest difficulty tomorrow on PC. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We haven't even finished the game. Yeah, but I mean, I can still... I mean, there's like a 10 or 15 minute section where you're just playing as like a girl hiding behind stuff, waiting for enemies to do their scripted action. Like, that's not going to be good for the speedrun. I know that for a fact already. Tomorrow with mod? No. There's 2 doors. it a good game? Yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying it. Like, don't misconstrue me saying that the speedrun's gonna be bad as like saying that I don't like the game or anything. Now operating at 82%, system access must be performed manually from the restricted area. Oh, that's a lot of money. It's more RE7 and 8. Yeah, I just... Okay, like, so far, I will say, though, I don't feel like any of the boss fights have been that... I don't know. I don't feel like any of the boss fights have been that great. Spider was good. Yeah, the spider was cool. I did like the spider. Don't think you want a boss fight that's hard and annoying? I do. Absolutely I do. I mean, that's what made me enjoy Resident Evil 8 so much. Is like routing the boss fights. But yeah. Anyways, I don't want to be like pessimistic or anything. I'll stop talking about the speedrun. We can talk about it more after I like beat the game, but... You're sleepy.
Where is that?
Go to sleep then.
Okay.
Hey, Lucius, thank you for the 43 months, buddy.
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
Thank you, man. Oh, this is fucked. Oh, it's like a smoke? Can I... Oh, I'm dead. Oops.
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
I'm just gonna snipe them, I think. Oh my god, why is my sniper... Dude, I can't... Look at this turning... Look at this... Dude, what is this aiming speed with the rifle? All right, hold on. I'm gonna try something here.
Feeling up. I'm not wanted around here.
Bro, that's unbelievable. It doesn't even let me throw it. It like prevents me from doing that.
getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
Bro, why is my aiming speed so low? Like too low for these guys, honestly. Maybe I should turn it up a bit. It's like, it's actually way too... I probably should have turned this up sooner, honestly. No, well, there's separate, like... Oh my god, okay. Are you gonna shoot me on the ladder? Okay, my bad. I shouldn't have came up here. There's another guy, but...
Got ahead of myself.
Bro, fucking... Dude, what the fuck is this? Oh, what the fuck? No, no, no. What is the point of the canisters even? maybe you could parry him. Alright, well, we can try this part again. When do the other guys spawn in? When I go up the ladder? Do I like have to go up the ladder for them to spawn? Is there another guy somewhere? Wow, instant. What am I? Dude, I can't fucking react to that. It is like, dude, yeah, use your axe against the tech that has a fucking 0.2 second startup time. The gas doesn't fucking do it, literally anything. Yeah, can I toss? Are you none of you watching? Yes, I fucking tossed a nade. Bro, what is this? And shoot his feet? Okay. The fucking wall. It didn't seem like I could shoot his feet, but maybe I can. I don't know. That, like, what would you do there if you don't have a grenade? Maybe you can shoot his feet. The glass? I tried shooting the glass. It didn't do anything. Wow, we have 350 SMG ammo, though. That's crazy. Ooh, what is this room? Wait, bioweapon pod? Wait, dropped a heal. Oh, this thing.
Liquor.
Why'd I release him? Why not? Unleash it on the shield, dude. Oh, yeah, maybe. You're probably right. Yeah, I guess you could use the liquor there against the enemies. That's true. Smart chat. And is the police gun even... I feel like the 990 is just the best anyways. The guns don't maintain the value of the upgrades either. Three shield dudes in the next room. Please don't say that. This has an impressive spread. That's not good though. We don't want an impressive spread. Why you loop? I don't know, dude. I'm confused where I'm going. I need to go to the ice room. Dude, the map in this game is like surprisingly not that good. I feel like.
Constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
This is a cool room. As previously stated, ARC is focused on bioweapon research and development utilizing the unique environment of Raccoon City. In particular, experiments performed by infecting nearby zombies with the mutated T-virus strain have yielded a great deal of empirical data. This has also proven effective against the BSAA's attempts to eradicate ARC. The development of a new bioweapon based on this hard data is in the final stages. If said bioweapon is released, we can expect further profit grown next fiscal year. ARC has now become a key bioweapon production hub for North America. Will continue to bring great benefits to both us and the United States. Cerberus has been further enhanced and enlarged, resulting in increased combat capabilities. Can track and pursue targets at speeds exceeding 60 miles an hour. Liquor, price $14 million. Originally an infection anomaly, rigorous experimentation revealed the key to activating the mutation. Paving the way for commercialization, product boasts enhanced climbing capabilities, possesses sharp claws and a pointed tongue. CXP, plant, 100 mil. Prototype bioweapon developed from a viral plant infection found in the Arklay Mountains in Raccoon City. The incident occurred during the transport of the experimental Plant 43 and has resulted in an infestation near the service entrance of ARC. Always exercise extreme caution when transporting bioweapons. CMT Tyrant, 120 million? Damn. Humanoid bioweapon with exceptional combat capabilities. Can execute simple commands such as tracking and eliminating targets and comes with a coat as standard for effective human disguise. Nemesis. Based on the Umbrella Corporation's parasitic NEA, this mass-produced model focuses on cost reduction and performance enhancement. Repeated improvements have resulted in a significant boost to physical ability and recovery, regardless of the host's durability. NE Alpha, yeah.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself. Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
Didn't realize I had such a big face. How about an autograph?
I heard smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet.
Oh my god. My armor. Oopsies.
Didn't realize I had such a big face.
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet. Bastard.
Did we do it? 4,000, dang it. Mortal Edge, formidable instrument of death. It has taken countless lives and is steeped in a long, bloody history. It has exceptional parry abilities, an unassuming design, but when in the hands of a skilled user, it becomes a deadly weapon.
We're into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Coming from you, that's quite the compliment.
Up?
Grace should be nearby. Time to finally get some answers.
Oh yeah, we fell out the fell out the window.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed, and Elpis will be lost forever.
Seems pretty easy then,
So
just put in the
tell me,
wrong
Grace,
password.
What's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
That's so cute.
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
Come on! Grab tight!
What? What kind of fucking absurd ass idea is this?
I got you.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1,000,000.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine. Time to get off. Come on.
What now? Leon. Leon!
Oh no.
Leon, are you okay?
How long was I out?
I don't know. A while. Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. When it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Here.
I'm going back.
Leon is not looking great.
I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
Oh no, the death flag.
Come on.
final mission. I think we're getting pretty close to the end, gentlemen.
Look! There's a door over there.
Crane's blocking it, though.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out. Come on. Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will. Once I go down, there's no getting back up.
Well, not going back.
System locked. Override key required for reactivation.
Got the override key there? Right. E-reader.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Oh boy. He's not gonna jump break through, right?
Can't see.
How many bottles? I guess you're just supposed to throw the bottles to distract. Any blood I can suck up? I have your blood. Is it a shortcut? Contents will disperse into the surrounding area. Particularly effective strategy against the liquor. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. So what did I get? Override key? Dump control room? Dump control room? What the fuck is that? Oh, all the way back down.
All right. I'm not dead yet.
Oh, we can get their blood. That's nice. Can we make bottles of acid? I don't think so. There's still 2 more items that I never learned to craft. I wonder if I missed those. There we go. You're welcome, Leon.
All right, Leon. Be careful. Nice.
Nice. I guess we could have made a save after I did this. That's okay, though. Wrong way? I don't think so. That. Yeah, this place is cool.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Oh, no.
Oh, recipes. Bottles of acid, various other items. Oh. Well, there it is. What else can I make? Various other items? What do you mean? We heard the key. Grace Ashcroft has finally been found. It's been 28 years since we occupied Ark. You sure she's the one? Without a doubt, there's no need to worry. More importantly, don't you think your withdrawal from the treaty is too blatant? State, it's a bluff. The United States is and always will be at the center of the world. The BSAA are fully under our control as well. Are there any changes in product supply? Ark's factory automation is constantly evolving. I believe that's enough for today. We can discuss further while we view the products. Hey. Sure. Yeah. So we have another key reader there. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, man. Oh. 10, 90, 20. Wait, is that where we just... No, it says sterilization chamber. Nice. Bottle of acid seems really good, especially if I can get them like stacked up. Let's combine these two. Already have 4 meta injectors. That's a lot. Easy. Thank goodness they stood there to let you kill them. True. It's very kind of them. I mean, Molotov cocktails are probably good, but like the acid kills them in one hit, so. More loot? A note? Oh, 50, 60, 80. Nice.
AI Control Center. Noah. Reboot failure. No response. Containment protocol inactive. Containment protocol inactive.
Let's see if there's any other loot or like notes to grab here first. Map? What is this? Orb. One of the objects needed to enter the administration area within the Ark. Alright. They gave you so much stuff in this place? Yeah, no freaking kidding, dude. Bottle of acid. Oh, how do you get... Oh, I see. Thank you. Poured the acid bottles and they're used on the liquors. There's even a tutorial that's literally like, use it on the liquors, it's good. I drop down. And I came out of that door. I don't think I can get over there. Didn't open one of the containers. I think I did. I think I opened them all. I don't know. We have like a million loot anyways. Not too worried about it. Am I going the wrong way? No. Oh, this is one of the objects that goes in here. I see. We need the orb, another orb from the other side now. The safe. Oh yeah, it's right here. $50, $60, $80. Nice. Anything I could put away?
Still have a ways to go.
Just realized we have the rare metals, but we don't even have Leon's freaking gun anyways. Not anymore. Oh god. Okay. Where you going, dude? I'll take some more blood. Second safe? Yeah, I don't really remember. I guess I have to go back. The blood animation be annoying during speedruns. Well, yeah, I imagine the speedrun for this is gonna be, like, you're probably not gonna kill anything. Are you serious? It partially hit him at least. So where was the other safe? In the... sterilization chamber? Oh, it's not this one. Yeah, it was cool, Zeke. I don't know. I'm gonna wait till I play the game on PC to have. I don't know. Some of the sections have been like, the game feels kind of clunky on controller, to be honest. But right 10, 90, 20. Wait. Open every safe in the main story. Nice. Unique reward from the safes? Not really. Pandora.
Just beyond here.
Alright, time to ball it up. That's me. Floppy disk.
Where have I seen this?
Something important. I'll explain later.
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth.
What's up, Trans?
But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Why would Mom hide this?
Do you finish the game, Trans?
Okay. Back in biz.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
I'm enjoying the game a lot, Trans. I'm not sure how I feel about the speedrun. I feel like the speedrun is going to be really long and there's a lot of sections that are kind of just like really scripted, but That's not to say that I'm not
Containment
going to speedrun it, of
System-wide
course, but...
surveillance failure detected.
Huh? Oh, there was a scrap in that garbage. Well, yeah, of course, Zeke, but...
Over there. Easy as pie.
I guess I was hoping this game would be more like... Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to wait until I play it on PC. On, like, hardest difficulty to really... see how I feel. People have done it in 2.5 hours. I mean, that's still pretty long. But yeah, I mean... Leon is reaching his limit, so I'm sure it'll be, like, probably sub 2 hours.
Oh, shit. You've got to be kidding me.
I like this lab section a lot. Like, there's some parts of the game that I really like and other parts that I'm not as big of a fan of.
Security threat detected. Elevator shut down. In effect. Override key authorization required.
Pizza. Larksa made pasta. Oh, I'm eating that. Can you send me your save data, by the way, Zeke? I want to see if I can use that on the
This
PC.
must be the room.
Yeah, Trance. Well, I don't really want to play through the game on normal again tomorrow on PC. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but if I could just use a save to play on the hard difficulty, I would probably prefer to do that. But it is what it is, either way. And they don't get staggered at all. Zeke's already beaten on PC. Yeah. I wonder if you can carry that. You have no acid bottles as Leon? Yeah.
Haven't changed much, have ya?
Oh. Press the button. I don't really necessarily want to give a rating yet on the game. Oh, no way. Does Molotov work? We don't have Molotovs. We have grenades. Like $200 million gone. It's fine. They can afford it. We need to make some stuff. Master craftsman. Craft every item possible with Leon. Oh, look at that. Okay, back to the bioweapon repository. Is that where the... Probably go make a save as well. Oh. How does... I guess I didn't need to kill these guys, but... That's okay. Oh! The healing here we missed. Alright. Buy all the stuff. Yeah, me too, Zeke. Me too.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline. Airflow monitor warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
I want to try to get a big collateral. I wanted to throw that. What the hell was that, Leon?
The elevator will arrive shortly. The elevator has arrived.
Damn, legendary tracking module. Shit.
Almost sure.
Not looking good for our boy, chat.
Not done yet.
Back to Grace.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
He said it.
Leon. Leon.
Oh God.
Oh, I need her.
Leon. I'm coming, Leon. Grace will save you. Error.
This is finally my chance to do something.
Yeah, the password is probably Requiem. It's Veronica.
Leon!
Leon.
Hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on. Wake up, wake up. Hey.
Hey, you. I was just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Opus.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
Oh, I get to choose. I mean, I kind of want to release it, to be honest. Because then Leon might live. And I don't know, I'm kind of curious what happens. I mean, we're gonna do another playthrough anyways, so we can do the other choice next time. All right, fuck it, we're releasing it.
Are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay.
Can reload. True.
This is it.
Hope. Worst to end? Maybe. I don't actually know.
Spencer regretted what he did.
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends.
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
It's a cure.
Oh. Yes.
Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now. Let it all
Blast
come
his
down.
ass, Leon.
All of it.
Grace, what happened?
It's gonna go! Grab something!
Grace.
Grace!
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
Oh, yeah.
Spencer's vision lives through me.
Oh my god, what was that fucking shot, dude?
That it is blood fruition.
How many more will have to die for that vision?
Jesus. Dude,
Seems you're
stop
reaching your
fucking
limit.
Oh my god. I need to parry. I don't think I can. Oh. Yeah, give me that. Give me that shit.
His are used.
It's over.
Phase 2. He's definitely come back.
Good riddance.
Maybe I should have saved the rocket launcher for this part.
Nemesis. You're so damn relentless.
Bro, it's like the fucking Ari. I did not think I would be doing the frickin' RE3 remake boss fight again, but here we are. Can I parry this shit? Where am I supposed to shoot? You can.
Grace, where are you?
Grace?
Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry.
Shit. The fuck is everybody?
Grace!
Grace, hang on.
Oh yeah, Grace got tentacled. I forgot about that. She's okay.
Grace. Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
There's no way out, is there?
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side.
Ada? I don't think Ada's showing up, Jen.
I'm gonna sit right here with you.
She's gonna come in and grapple us out.
I guess this is it then.
Is it the BSAA? Chris?
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir. Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked.
Leon saved.
Feel better than I have in ages.
At least, I think. I don't know, maybe there's more. It feels like the end of the game, but I don't know.
We got a dose with your name on it. We'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
It would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back.
Yeah, I wonder if they plan on doing DLC for this game.
Then.
The Resident Evil 7 DLC was really good. I didn't like 8 as much,
This
though.
really was our last hope.
Oh, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
Oh yeah, give her the antiviral. Damn, I guess the DLC is going to be saving Emily. Or maybe we still do that, but probably not.
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located here in the ruins of Raccoon City. The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may be related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story. Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office, the president is expected to reject allegations of any government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
She's still there. The final I gotta say, chat, the final fight was kind of ass. Or like, I don't know. It's just kind of, it felt kind of lazy that it was just like Nemesis. Might be giga hard on the next difficulty. Yeah, it's just like, it's not even the fact that it was like too easy. It's just, it just felt lazy to use. Like, they basically just reused the RE3 remake boss and made it like slow as fuck. But yeah, maybe on like the harder difficulty. You did the bad ending first. Yeah, phase one was okay. I mean, I kind of like brute forced it, just throwing grenades and stuff and using all my mag ammo, but I don't know. I like this game. I think some sections, like playing as Chloe, that Chloe section was, I don't know, man. It was just so on rails. It's like, oh my god, there's creepy girls with the red eyes. Time to hide in a corner and wait like a minute for them to fucking leave, and then do that like 5 times in a row. And then like the motorcycle section was, I mean, the motorcycle section was at least like, it was silly. It was, but it's also, I don't know. I think the lab section of the game I enjoyed, although it did feel a little short. It felt like there wasn't that many. I mean, it was just a bunch of lickers in the lab, basically, I guess. But man, the lab in the speedrun probably would be kind of fucked, though. Like, surely you're not gonna kill all the lickers. Like, how the fuck is that gonna work? I don't know. That part is gonna be a kind of a nightmare to route in the run. I had like 4 acid not used. Yeah, but like, I'm talking about from like a speed run, right? Because like in a speed run, you're not gonna kill all of them and suck all their blood and have 8 bottles of acid. Maybe early on, I guess. Or maybe you have to, I don't know. Maybe you just die, I don't know. I like the game, but I feel like the boss fights in this game were not nearly on the level of Village, like Resident Evil 8. But maybe on hard, I don't know. Maybe my opinion will change when I play on the harder difficulty. Well, yeah, and on PC. Well, I don't know. In like Village of Shadows, you have like the 3 sister fights, and then you have Lady D, and then you have Moreau, and you have Heisenberg, and Urias, and Mother Miranda. Dude, Resident Evil 8 is like fucking fight. And then this, it's like, okay, you kill a fat guy, and then you kill another fat guy, and then you kill a big lady, and then you kill another big lady, and then it's like the final boss. Well, actually, there was the spider boss too, and I guess the plant boss, but like, I don't know, none of the bosses, I don't know, the bosses just didn't. And Hunk, yeah, the Hunk fight was like fighting Krauser and RE4, I feel like. And then, yeah, I guess you have the Mr. X fight. It's just, none of the fights really stood out to me that much. But I am also playing on normal difficulty. Maybe I'll appreciate the fights more when I play on harder difficulty. Yeah, what was up with Hunk too? Why is he just like, it's like, okay, Hunk. I don't know, this game felt very fan servicey, not gonna lie. Thank God there's only one of those shield enemies. Bro, what are you even supposed to do against that shield enemy without grenades? Like, genuinely. Oh yeah, release the liquor, I guess, yeah. The fucking riot shield boss. Use the axe? Okay, can you like, if you axe him, does it like knock his shield away or something? When you shot the barrel, he dropped his shield. Yeah, I don't know. The barrels weren't doing anything for me. Like, maybe they need to be really close to the barrel. But parry the shield. Yeah, maybe you can parry the shield. The shield attack was so fast, though. You can't even, like, react to it. You have to like parry it preemptively or something. Yeah, I imagine if you destroy Elpis, Leon probably dies. And I don't know. I mean, if we can load the save, we could check it. Let's see, is there a post-credit scene? Yes, there is.
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that you don't get to fight Zeno.
She's doing great.
Maybe doing the bad ending? I don't know.
I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace. Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. Catch up soon.
Oh, they're friends. Oh shit. This the the DLC sneak peek. RE10 sneak peek.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
Hope and Requiem. Insanity mode? That sounds fun. Intense gameplay experience only for those who dare. Play at your own risk. Damn. I really hope that I can, I hope that I can just use somebody else's save data so I can play on the hard difficulty tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see, I guess. Sent me a save near the end. Okay. Gotcha. Thanks. Thank you, Zeke. What is... Did I not make a save? I guess this is the closest one. 1922. I think these are already after you make the choice, so... Check out the costumes. Oh yeah, let me see. Actually, wait, how do I... Wait, where do you choose the... bonuses? Infinite ribbon. Oh, offer more credits per kill. Interesting. Letters from 1998 by hunting down and investigating certain files in the main story. Oh, you can get different revolvers. Cool. The RPG. Cool. Advanced tuning unlocks an extra level of tuning for weapon parts. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Bonus settings? Ah, yes. Here we go. Weird how they decided to, like, change some of this up. Get the classic sound effects. Nice.
Resident Evil.
I don't think this is this far. I don't think this is that far away from the end, right?
Warning. Autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable.
No, I think this is
Memory
after.
corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline. Airflow monitor. Warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
The elevator will arrive shortly. The elevator has arrived.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting Ada to come back in this. And she was in RE2 and RE4.
Almost sure.
Ada's way too old for all this. I don't think you can skip this, actually.
Not done yet.
When's duffel bag skip?
Oh, I need to hurry.
Did they mention Claire? I don't think Claire was ever mentioned. We found Jill's hat in the RPD. Oh yeah, I can go third person. Looking good.
This is finally my chance to do something.
Alright, time for bad ending, chat.
Leon.
Destroy Elpis.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
I'm gonna destroy Elpis. You promise you'll end this.
This is it.
Poor Leon.
What did you do?
What I had to.
Grace, get out of here! Go! Right behind you!
Leon! What are you doing? Come on! Leon!
Well, at least this is the non-canon ending.
At least I could save you.
Jesus. I don't think he's surviving that one shot. Don't care after we saw the other ending. Yeah, wow. Gotta see them both. What's the point of this ending? What's the point of picking Zoe and RE7? Just to give you the option. Fuck yourself.
I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
It is like so obvious this is the bad ending. Yeah, we can see if there's a post-credit scene. I think the music is different now too with this ending, right? That's the speedrun choice? I actually don't think it probably matters. I imagine... Well... Actually, yeah, that's kind of fucking cringe now that I think about it. Because you, in the speedrun, you don't even do the boss fight. Oh, God, dude. What the fuck, man? Oh my God. Bruh. That's so ass. This boss fight sucks anyways. Bro, there's barely any bosses in the game, and then one of the endings lets you skip it. Aren't bad endings usually the fastest? Yeah, but I don't think there's ever been an ending in a Resident Evil game that lets you skip the final boss. Looking at the game from Speedrunner Pav, well, I don't know. Maybe there will be a category or something. It's just, yeah, the fastest. Yeah. It is like, it's gonna be such like a lame way to end the run. Or a post-credit scene? Nope. I mean, I don't know. Like, you could obviously have like a different category, but like making a separate category just for like an extra boss fight. I don't know, man. It's just awkward. All bosses. The thing is, there's only one skippable boss. Like, you're basically just making a category so you can do one more fight, which I don't know. Like, imagine doing that ending in a public setting like GDQ. Well, GDQ would make a fucking donation incentive to save Leon. So, you can get $250,000 to save Leon or something. 1 million and we save Leon. We beat it already? Yeah, I mean, dude, I've been streaming for almost 14 hours. Resident Evil games are never that long, guys. Like, this game is still pretty long. I think this run might end up being like one of the longest Resident Evil runs, but time will tell. I don't know, there's just a lot of unskippable bullshit in this run that I feel like you can't really speed up. But maybe like some of the sections will, I don't know, maybe it'll get better. I don't know how I'm feeling about the speedrun for this game, guys, but I am excited to try out harder difficulty. I will test to see if the save files that Zeke sent me work so that I can unlock the hardest ending, or the hardest difficulty. Because I would prefer to play hardest difficulty tomorrow. I don't really want to do another playthrough on normal because it's just kind of like easy. But if we have to do another playthrough, it is what it is. I wonder if, I mean, I don't see any reason why they would tie your save files to your Steam account. Like, generally they do that for like online games. But since this is a single player game, I imagine you could just use somebody else's saves. I don't know. Were you able to use other people's saves for like Resident Evil 4 or like Resident Evil 8? I actually don't know. No? Well, I don't know. I will try. Can you play easy difficulty and unlock the hardest difficulty? I don't know. Can't even back up your saves properly for RE4. Yeah. Overall, though, I like the game. I will say I don't know if I like this game as much as like Resident Evil 8. But that's just my impressions after my first run. Maybe that opinion will change. I feel like the game started out really fucking strong. Like, the first few hours, I actually really enjoyed. It felt like a classic Resident Evil game, and then it just kind of went off rails. Like, what was it called? The care center? It's just, I don't know, the start of the game actually felt like an RE game where you're going like back and forth, but then once you hit like the midpoint or like towards the end, it feels like there's almost no backtracking, or like it's just so linear and so, I don't know. All RE games are like that. I mean, yeah, like all the games are linear. You're not wrong. And even like Resident Evil 8 was like super linear. But what Resident Evil 8 did for me personally was it had a ton of really fun boss fights. Resident Evil 8 has so many boss fights, dude. like you have the, I said this before, but you have the three sisters, then you have Lady D, then Beneviento. Beneviento sucks for the speedrun. Casually, it's fine the first time. You know, you have Moreau, then Urias, and then you have Sturm, the propeller head guy. You have Heisenberg. The Heisenberg fight is kind of fucking weird, but it's still like, I don't mind the Heisenberg fight. It has skill to it. Like, you have to aim well. And then you also have the second Urias fight as Chris, and then you have Mother Miranda. It's just, you have so many fights in RE8. It's like, feels like there's barely any boss fights in this game. And then you can skip the final boss by choosing the bad ending. But they were only cool on highest difficulty. I mean, kind of, but I still really liked the fights on my first playthrough. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if the fights in this game on harder difficulty are going to be that much more interesting. Like, for example, the plant fight, right? You're just like sitting there and you have barely any space to like run left and right. You're just like kind of stationary, just shooting the plant like over and over again. You don't have like space to move around, or I don't know, like in the Moreau fight, you have bombs around the arena. The arena is big. You know, Lady D, you've got the circular section. You have like space to move around. I don't know. I'm excited to try insane difficulty though. And I'm excited to play on PC because I don't know, controller just fucking blows, man. I mean, it was fine for a first playthrough, but man, fucking hell. Controller aim god. Two years to turn. Yeah. Try the save file. Yeah, I'll do it off stream. I'm fucking tired, man. I need to get off the PC for a little bit. No, I'm not disappointed. I mean, I just don't... okay, I want to reiterate or clarify that what I'm talking about right now is more so like a speedrun kind of thing. Because, I mean, I'm excited to do insane difficulty tomorrow. Hopefully, if the save file works. I'm really excited to try that out. And I imagine that's going to be a ton of fun casually. I just feel like the speedrun for this game might not be as interesting. For me personally, anyways. Maybe other people are going to like love it, but... Anyways, I don't want to be a downer. I'm still gonna, you know, we're gonna do insane difficulty, and then we will do some routing and testing and stuff and see what it's like. Because I mean, it could end up being a cool run. The thing is, I feel like you're not really gonna be able to kill anything as like when you play as Leon. You're not really gonna want to kill stuff because killing stuff is fucking slow as hell. But running past, I don't know, man. I feel like speedrunning this game could be kind of tough though, still, because at least in Resident Evil 8, right? And this is talking more so like the second half of the game when you start being able to get upgrades for the guns. But in Resident Evil 8, you have like treasures and things that you can pick up. So you don't really have to... And you get treasures from killing a lot of the bosses as well. You do get some treasures in the... You do still get some treasures in the second half of the game from killing, like... I think there's some enemies that you're forced to kill. I feel like running past... Some of the sections in this game, there's so many enemies. And I don't know how you're gonna run past them. Like, at all. You don't know if upgrades matter. They will, I mean, it's hard to say. On the hardest difficulty, they will probably matter. Can you see the list of bonuses? I mean, it's just a lot of the same stuff. What is Grace's report? Oh, wow. Holy lore. I'm not doing that right now. Behind the scenes.
Sorry.
I mean, I still really enjoyed the game, chat. Like,
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the? They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
What do I do? Oh, shit. Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we
yeah, I mean, motion capture is what makes that, you know, cutscenes look so good.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Lady.
Help me!
Are you okay? What are you doing?
All right. Oh, there are so many of them.
Shut it.
Holy shit, everybody's going crazy.
Emily, are you okay?
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself.
3, 2, 1, action!
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
Let it all come down. All of it.
3, 2, 1, bounce!
Grace. Grace!
Yeah, I think Grace did a really good job.
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
Like, the voice acting is really good. That was a cool little video. Alright, chat, I really need to freaking go to bed. Or, well, I need to get off the fucking computer. I've been streaming for way too long. Yeah, thank you all for watching, guys. We will be back tomorrow with hopefully insane difficulty, if I can manage to use a save file. If not, we'll try to just do like a quick run on normal. I'm sure it won't take nearly as long if we're, you know, if we're just trying to go through it quickly. Somebody was saying that people already finished the run in like 2.5 hours. I wonder if they were doing it on, like, if that's on like assisted difficulty. They're just doing easiest, or... I'm sure that 2.5 hours is probably not on the insane difficulty. Yeah, they're probably doing it on the assisted. Two and a half. Well, I mean, if you're not like picking stuff up and you're actually just going from point to point on easiest difficulty, it's probably not bad at all. Yeah, it's probably on like assisted or casual difficulty, I'm sure. All right, guys. Yeah, I am freaking super tired. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. I will see you guys then. I'm not going to give a rating to RE9 yet. I mean, I guess if I had to give one for me right now, it would probably be like a, I don't know, like a 7.5 or like an 8 out of 10. Like, I still really enjoyed it. I felt like it was still fun. And I still really enjoyed certain parts of the game. But it kind of fell flat. It was mainly the boss fights. I don't know. But maybe on insane difficulty, the boss fights will be more fun and challenging, and they just felt very simple, I guess. But insane difficulty might be completely different. I mean, generally, the bosses, at least on... it depends on the game, but I imagine a lot of the bosses are going to be much quicker. Bro said he's not rating it, then he rated it. Yeah, well, I changed my mind. My rating might change after I play the game a bit more. I feel like I haven't had enough time to really say... to really give it a good, like... I mean, who cares what my rating is anyways, but... it's just a fucking number. Go to sleep. Yeah, I'm pooped. Alright, guys. I am gonna give a raid to somebody.